at the physical space as well as the services the Makerspace offers. Welcome to the Pickering Public Library Makerspace. The Makerspace can provide you with a wide variety of tools for your next creative endeavor. From button makers to vinyl cutters, the Pickering Public Library Makerspace has something for everyone. Please stay tuned as we now take a look at the physical space as well as the services the Makerspace offers. The Makerspace can be reached from the lobby by entering through the left entrance. The Makerspace extends from the entrance all the way to the children's area. The space has several computers with extra image, audio, and video editing software for you to use. There are also movable study tables with drop-down power cables to plug in your devices. Now let's take a look at some of the items available in this space. The Design Center is where you can access the Adobe Creative Suite. These computers have all the Creative Cloud programs on them, requiring only an Adobe account to access. No active subscription is necessary. Simply sign in and gain access to your favorite Adobe products such as Photoshop, Illustrator, and Premiere, and more. These computers can also be connected to the While our regular printer can print on letter, legal, and tabloid paper, our large format printer will allow you to print up to 24 inches wide. 18 by 24, 24 by 36, no problem. Make sure your image has an appropriate resolution for the size you want to print, or you may end up with a pixelated mess. We have 3 types of paper available, from plain, glossy, and matte paper. Prices for the large format printer are based on the type of paper, the amount of paper used, and the amount of ink used. Record yourself in our sound booth. Provided by Whisper Room, this sound booth seats up to 2 people to record podcasts, make music, and more. Recording sessions can last up to 3 hours. Feel free to bring your own laptop or equipment to use as well. Our T150 button maker allows you to create 2¼ inch buttons easily. Simply create your design for free at thebuttonguide.net. Then you can print it, cut it, and punch it out. Then line up your design in the die with the marked areas, and then press it together twice and create your button. Magnets can also be created with the special magnet backing. The cost to use the button maker is 25 cents per button and 40 cents per magnet. The binding machine allows you to bind documents with ease. Simply punch the holes, uncoil the spine, slide your pages in, and reseal. Use it for your project documents or for creative projects like calendars. We have 3 different sewing machines available for use, 2 Singers and 1 Bernina. Choose your favorite and use it to work on your next sewing project. White thread is provided, but feel free to bring your own thread if you would prefer to use different colors. The laminator allows you to laminate your documents with ease. Simply place your document in the pouch and put it in the machine. We also have a sleeve available to protect smaller documents. We have several sizes available, including letter, legal, and tabloid. Letter and legal sleeves are 25 cents, while tabloid is $1 each. The analog to digital conversion station will allow you to take your old analog media, such as VHS tapes, Betamax tapes, audio cassettes, and vinyl records, and convert them into a digital format. We have the laptop available, already pre-installed with the programs needed for this process. Connect the wires of the machine you would like to use to the conversion laptop, open up the program, and watch as your media is recorded in real time. Once finished, you can export the finished product to your USB drive to take home and share with your loved ones. Now that we've covered everything inside the main space, let's take a look at what's available inside the Fabrication Laboratory, or Fab Lab for short, is where most of our equipment for building things are stored. The 3D printer, carvey, vinyl cutter, and heat press are all available inside the Fab Lab. There are also a variety of tools available inside the lab on the other side of the door. Our Lulzbot Mini 2s are the 3D printers available for use in the makerspace. Find a 3D model you'd like to print on using a repository website such as Thingiverse, or make your own using a modeling software like Tinkercad or Blender. Choose the color you would like to print and load it into the machine. Once your 3D file is in Cura, send it to the printer and watch as your 3D model comes to life before your eyes. Printing sessions can last up to 3 hours. The cost of using the 3D printer is 10 cents for every gram of your finished product. The Carvey is a CNC machine from Inventables that can carve supported wood and plastic materials. Create your design on Inventables' easel web application, input the specifications of your material, and load it into the machine. Select the correct drill bit and make sure it's loaded into the machine. Then press carve and watch as your design is carved out. Sandpaper and brushes are available to help clean out your finished product. The cost of using the Carvey is $2 for every hour, or a flat $4 rate if you use one of our plastic tiles. Our vinyl cutter allows you to take your vector graphics and cut into vinyl that can either stick to walls and windows or be heat transferred onto cotton and polyester materials. Create your design in a vector graphic program such as Inkscape or Adobe Illustrator and import it into our vinyl cutter software. You can also just type in the text you'd like it to say if you are doing only a text-based design. After it's been cut, weed away the extra bits and your design is ready to be placed or heat pressed. Our red clam heat press is very simple to use and is already configured to the correct temperatures for our vinyl. Once the heat press has finished heating up, place your shirt or material onto the heat press and then place your design face down on top of it in the spot you'd like it to be heat pressed. Then press down on the heat press until it clamps and wait for the time to run out. Once it's finished, lift it up and let your shirt cool down for about 30 seconds before peeling off the vinyl. The cost to use the vinyl cutter will be 25 cents for every linear inch of vinyl used. But how do you use all of this equipment? Appointments can be made from our website. Go to the library website and click on the Technology and Makerspace page. Click Book Now, and you will be brought to our Set More page, where you can pick the equipment you would like to use, and then you can choose the time and day you'd like to come in to use it. Then sign up and create an account, or log into an account you've already made, and you're ready to go. The first time you use the equipment, bring a piece of photo ID along with your library card to the Makerspace, and you'll have to sign our Makerspace waiver, which covers terms of use as well as safety guidelines. Any future appointments will only need your library card for the rest of the year. Also on our website, you can find our Junior Maker Kits as well as loanable technology. The Junior Maker Kits provide a variety of STEM-based activities for children, from coding to origami art. Our loanable technology includes DSLR cameras, GoPro cameras, lights and green screen kit, online meeting kits, and our vlogging kit. Take a look at our website and see if there's a kit for you. On the Makerspace and Technology page, there is also a section for upcoming featured events. To see all of our upcoming technology and Makerspace programming, click on View More Events. We will now be running events both in person and online, so please check before registering. You can also click on the Events tab in the main toolbar to see all of our upcoming events. Our staff are working hard to make other products available to clients soon. Please check back regularly as more things are added to the Pickering Public Library Makerspace. We look forward to seeing you soon.
On. Hey there, I'm Cam, a volunteer at the Pickering Library, and I am going to show you how to use the 3D printer here. Here at the library we have the Lulzbot 2 Mini. The Lulzbot 2 Mini that we use uses the PLA plastic or the ABS plastic. Both plastics have their ups and downs. PLA is food safe, so it can be used for cookie cutters and little pill containers, whereas ABS is much stronger and it can be used to make supports or intricate models. So here we have a Lulzbot. It's pretty complicated. It looks pretty complicated. It's actually very simple to use. The very first thing is we want to turn it on. And now that it's on, Jordan, can you switch to the gear? Now that it's on, we can load a part. Right now we have a part loaded. This is a little container that comes with threads so that you can reuse bottle caps. I will show you from the very beginning how to load in these files. So what we like to do first is go to Thingiverse, and then we type in anything that you want. In this particular case, we want a container so that we can reuse these bottle caps. This container can be downloaded for free on Thingiverse. There are hundreds of thousands of different pre-made parts that you can download for free. And all you need to do is find the file that you like, and there are many different types of all sorts of things, and Thingiverse. And so we're going to choose this one. And to get the file, you just click the download button, find which one you want. We want this one, and hit download. We've already downloaded this file, so I will go back to Cura. And Cura is the program that we use to operate the 3D printer. To connect to the 3D printer, when you do, go to the monitor screen and click the connect button. I like doing that early just so that I know the two are connected. And I heard a little click, so I know that it is now connected. Now we go back to the prepare screen. This is the platform for the 3D printer. It shows you all of the parts. It even has little size segments here. I believe they are 1 centimeter. And little centering pads so that it can locate the maximum distances for the 3D printer. Even the little scrub pad to clean the nozzle. So first, on the prepare screen, we will go and hit open file. You will find where you saved your file, and right here, I know that it's right here, and hit open. So it loads the file very quickly. Sometimes that can take a while, depending on the complexity of the file. And you can use the right mouse click to look around, to scroll around. You can use the mouse scroll to zoom in and out and take a look at each part. You can click on the part and drag it around. Sometimes you'll maybe want to create copies and multiply the object if you want more than one. We don't want more than one for this instance, so we'll just continue with the point here. You can scale the part if you want, just by grabbing and clicking. Or you can type in the values of the percentage that you want it to enlarge or shrink. Or you can type in these slots right here, the maximum width, height, depth that you want your part to be. But a normal size file for this is what we want because the threads are made to match North American bottle caps. Next, we will see the part on the layer view. The layer view shows you exactly where the 3D printer's nozzle is going to layer a string of plastic. And you can use this little bar on the side to see every pass that the 3D printer will make to build this model all the way up to the top. And this is exactly what it's going to look like in the end. Well, ideally. Here on the right side, we have the build plate adhesion. This is how it's going to stick to the base. These 3D printing parts need to be well attached to the base, or they might move. And if they move, even half a millimeter, it could ruin the entire part. So they need to be stuck. Right now, we have a skirt, and a skirt is used to just discharge a little bit of plastic, because it gets rid of used plastic that's already in the nozzle and lets you use fresh plastic for your part. So it discharges, and then it uses good fresh hard plastic. But that doesn't help you stick your part to the base. The brim, just needs to load the new setting. The brim attaches your part to the skirt. And you can change how wide the brim is, but this is a pretty reliable way to stick your part to the build plate. And finally, we have a raft option. The raft is much more intense. It builds a large platform underneath, and then builds to attach to the build plate, and then it builds your part on top of the raft. It is connected very delicately to the raft, so the raft can be peeled off very easily, whereas the brim kind of needs to be fought off. Next, we'll show you the options. So this is the custom setting. There are many different options that you have at your fingertips. Most of them you will never even need to change. But the most important one is the quality, the layer height. That determines the speed and the precision that your part is being built at. Right now, the quality is on standard, which means that it will be laying down plastic 0.25 millimeters at a time. That sounds slow because it is slow. This bottle cap will take 45 minutes to be made. But of course, it's plastic, so once it's made, it'll stay like that forever. Unless it's PLA. PLA has a lower melting temperature, and if it's left in the sun, it might deform. That's something that people need to be mindful of. But back to the settings. The shells, there's a lot. Again, there are a lot of options that you can fiddle with, like the wall thickness. But in general, Cure has some very well thought out, reliable default settings. And we can ignore pretty much all of them. There's a lot of parts that need an infill. And this part, luckily, I can tell just from looking at it from my experience, that does not need an infill. But I can make it need an infill and show you if a part is sideways, such as this, then the 3D printer will be unable to print an overhang, just like that. So we would need to turn on the infill. Actually, this thing seems to think that it can print it. There we go. Supports. My apologies. The overhang can be... Some parts can't be made with an overhang. And the support makes it so that the 3D printer has something to build off of. And again, I can show you by showing you layer for layer the supports. It will fill the part with these zigzags. And these supports are ideally to be removed once the part is completed. It can be tricky sometimes. And I'm having some technical errors, sorry. Jordan, I can't scroll out. Nope. So the supports are made so that a part can be made with an overhang. This is an example of the value of the supports. This part is made with supports, and as you can see, there's a lot of plastic. And these supports ideally can be just peeled away, and they are very delicate, and I don't want to push too hard on them because I can hear the plastic already pinging. This part is made with no supports, and as you can see, there's just messes of plastic, and underneath there is a big jumble of plastic. And when you need a part that is precise, exact, this would be considered a failed part and destroyed. The supports are invaluable for intricate and complex problems. Other parts can be made at different complexities, such as this gear. This gear was made for the Lulzbot 1 for the library, and this is actually a replacement part that they were able to print themselves. It's very intricate, and the teeth fully functional. It's just very cool. Another part that very useful part that the library has printed out, just for as an example, is just a door handle, a drawer handle, and it even has the screw hole, and a screw will be able to grab that very, very easily. Next, we have a Game Boy battery cap. This was 3D printed. It's always pretty frustrating when your Game Boy loses the cap for the batteries and the batteries keep falling out. This was 3D printed at the library and can very easily just go back on. It's perfect fit. And this is from Thingiverse. Yeah, that part downloaded from Thingiverse for free and printed at the library. Very inexpensive amount, very affordable. And also, if you lose parts for Trivial Pursuit, here's a part for Trivial Pursuit. Okay. Now we will start a part. So right from the beginning, right to the end. So the 3D printer is already on, and I have already hit connect. Is it back to that here? Okay. So I'm going to undo this sideways part. Oh boy. Okay. I'll just rotate it. And as I'm rotating, I see the 90 degrees. Perfect. Just like that. So I've now loaded in my part. There are no red spots, and then there are no gray spots, which means that this part is in a valid spot for your two-star printing. Now, if for some reason you have a part here and you only want a certain section of it, you can actually move it by grabbing the blue arrow and put it down through the build plate. And so for something like this, if you wanted just threads for some reason, you would be able to have just threads. But I don't. Sorry, one moment. So I will be putting it back. Oh. It didn't like that. It didn't like any of that. I'll just reload the part in. In the very bottom right, every time you load in a part, I'm just going to do it again. The bottom right, down here, we see it slicing. That is the computer thinking of the pathway for the printer to take to create the part. So now it's ready to slicing, making it. And what that is making all of these, every little line. This Kira is a mathematical genius, and it does all of the hard thinking for you, and it does it very quickly. It's just wonderful. So now that I have the part, and I have the printer connected, I like to preheat it to 205 for the nozzle. I think I can just hit preheat. All right, good. And 205, 210 is roughly what you need for PLA. And the build plate also needs to be warmed up. So these are now being preheated, and the fans of the 3D printer are now on. And that's on the monitor screen. The monitor monitors the print itself and the 3D printer specs. So we'll go back to prepare, and this prepares it for the print. So there's the recommended settings for the print setup, and these are usually very reliable settings. You can go to custom and, like I said, change all sorts of settings if you're feeling adventurous, but we're just going to use the standard PLA settings with the brim. The brim setting will just give it a little bit more adhesion to the build plate. And so now we will go back to monitor, and we're going to monitor the heat. Now, we are almost there. We are now at the nozzle temperature. So to prepare the 3D printer to get all of the possibly used and possibly defective plastic out of the way, we're going to extrude. So we're going to spit out whatever plastic is in there. And if you could put that to 10 there, Jordan. And now it's at 10, so that's just 10 units. And what's a unit? I can't quite remember, but that's okay. 10 is a good amount, and can you switch to the printer now? The camera to the printer? Yeah. Oh, it's there? Okay. Of course, you can't see it because the camera's too far away, but it is spitting out plastic and it does need to be extruded again. You just take the used plastic out of the way. Oh boy. And now we know that the printer has fresh plastic all prepared in it. There are other colors of plastic which you can load, and a library attendant can show you how to load a different color of plastic. But when you choose your plastic, you really need to be mindful of whether it's PLA or ABS plastic that you're grabbing, and what plastic you need for the part that you're making. Usually it doesn't matter, but again, sometimes you need to be food safe, like for cookie cutters, and you do need PLA for that. Now that the extruder is ready, I think we can just hit start print. So now the 3D printer comes to life. And right now, there's a pause because it is loading the pathway to the printer, and it's also reducing the temperature of the nozzle so that it can clean the nozzle before it ramps up the nozzle temperature again for the actual print. So we do heat it up beforehand to spit out the bad plastic, and then it cools it down and it cleans the nozzle so that it knows that there is no obstruction at the nozzle, and then it will zero itself in to find exactly where it is, and then start printing. Pretty boring sometimes, just waiting for the printer to get to the proper temperatures. But it's almost there. Now seems like a good time to say that you can rent the 3D printers on the library website. You don't rent them to take them home, you rent the time. Printing is usually, I think the segments are 4 hours. And the staff tries to encourage people to keep the prints to about 4 hours. Now that can be challenging because, as you saw, this little bottle cap is 3 hours. This little bottle cap was 45 minutes, but you can cut down times with the settings. Now the 3D printer is finally cleaning its nozzle. There's a little cleaning pad right at the back. And it does a real thorough job. And now it very carefully finds its dimensions. This is the part that the little kids like the most. It goes and it just taps. And now it gets itself ready for the final print. And while it's doing that, I'll show you my best print. For years, I wanted a red dragon. Could you show me here? Perfect. Thanks. So for years I wanted a red dragon, and so I was finally able to find the proper settings to print this within a reasonable amount of time. I had to print this in parts and then assemble it together using various tactics. Then I primed it and painted it, but this entire thing was 3D printed right here at the Pickering Library. I have other grand plans, but we'll have to see how that goes. This was fun. Once the 3D printer is now starting its part, and it's doing its first pass, it is okay to start your 3D printing part and then walk away. But I recommend that you wait for it to do at least the first 3 passes, just to make sure that it doesn't fall off the build plate for some reason. Sometimes it's just dirty, it needs to be cleaned. But after the first 3 passes, it's pretty reliable that it'll stick. And now it's just the waiting game. It's just that easy. You load the part, you get the right settings, and someone will be there to help you with it. And then you hit print, and then eventually you will have your finished part. This is making one of these again. And yeah, it's just the waiting game now. And I think that's it. Yeah? Yeah. And if there's any questions, feel free to ask questions. No? No questions? Okay. All right, well, thanks for watching, and I hope you come in and try the 3D printer sometime.
Thank you so much, Cam. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat, and even after this program, we'll answer them as best we can. Thank you, everyone.
And oh, Sarah, you're muted still. Yeah, so I'm just gonna let Sarah take it away.
Good morning. It doesn't say that I'm muted.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Sarah from PFLAG. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about what we do and do a fun little craft. So I'll start with the craft so we can get that going while we talk. So today we are making a little cloud with some whatever you want on them. I chose things that I thought were important about myself. So my purple says I'm enough. My blue says I'm strong. Let me unblur. There. My yellow says I met my person, so something that was important to me. I'm proud of my children, and I'm a survivor. So we tried to repurpose as much as we could to do this one. The plates are just paper plates. The back of the cloud, are paper plates that I just found at home. The colored paper is construction paper from my children, and then the fluff is the inside of a cushion from my couch. So not a good one that we used all the time, but one nonetheless. So I've already cut the plate in half for you and giving you some fluff and some colors. So on your colors, you can choose to put what you're proud of, about yourself or your family, or something in your community, or what you've achieved. Anything that is important to you is what's meant to go on those colors. So just like that, you can use whatever kind of glue you'd like to use. I went ahead and used some hot glue. I also added a little bit of glitter into my cloud. You don't have to do that. But like I was saying, I am from PFLAG Durham region. So we are parents and friends of lesbians and gays. We work to support the families and community within families and individuals within the 2S LGBTQI community. And there is a very large community in Durham region, strong community. A couple of things that we offer are our camp. So it's a summer camp for LGBTQ community kids. It's a free camp. It's back this year in person for 2022. So they do accept we are accepting registration. There's some open for virtual campers as well. All that information can be found on our website for that. We also have a parents group, a peer-to-peer support. We have some sharing nights, coffee nights, stuff for tweens and teens and young adults. Something super important that I wanted to kind of touch base on a little bit more was our peer-to-peer support. So within the community, it can be difficult to reach out if you're just coming out or you're just entering the community. It can be difficult to connect with people. Peer-to-peer support is something super important. You can meet with people that are close to your age or that are kind of experiencing the same things that you're experiencing. Meet up with them in a neutral location, coffee if you want to, or a walk along the beach or the lake, wherever you live, and kind of just talk like friends. So having that peer support is super important, especially when you're just coming into the community and you're not sure where to go or who to talk to. That's super important. PFLAG Durham, we also offer educational pieces. So we'll come into schools, or we can come into different events at the library. I've done a few events at different retirement homes, just kind of to talk to the community, to inform the community, to bring some awareness and and support that not a lot of people know we have out here in Durham region, which is so lovely. Yeah. So there are lots of ways to get involved with PFLAG. If you were looking to get involved, or if anyone you know is looking to get involved with PFLAG, on our website, on our Facebook, on our Instagram, there's always volunteer opportunities. We're always looking for help and support. Different events can call for more help. Today, for example, in the afternoon is Youth Pride for Durham region, and then tomorrow's Durham Pride. So we're always looking for people to come out and help with different events like that. Okay, we'll go back to the craft for a minute. If you've already written on all of your colors, what I did was just put a little bit of glue on the very top of my gluing job was not very good, but on the very top of the colors, and then just glued them along the back. The purple's a little bit different, but that's okay. And just glue them along the back. And then I feel like once you've put the colors on, then maybe add the fluff afterwards, just so that you get all your colors in the right spot, or whatever spot you want to put them in, and then add your fluff, and then add your glitter if that's something you want to add. So PFLAG, we also work with a lot of community partners. Really, we wouldn't be able to do all of the wonderful things that we do if it wasn't for our fantastic volunteers, and also the community partners that we utilize. A very popular community partner that we work with is Caria. They're very supportive, offer a lot of help and support to us as well within the community. On our website, which is pflagdurhamregion.com, you can find all of the resources that I'm talking about, all of the community partners that we work with, all of the program information that we have to offer, that I kind of touched on a little bit. I went through a few of them. For me, something that's also very important through PFLAG is the parents group. So when you are first coming out, sometimes the most difficult is your family and your parents. And so it's very important, in my opinion, that your parents, or if you are the parent reaching out, have a resource and have support for you as well. Parents are also welcome at the coffee or the sharing nights. What typically happens is parents kind of get to congregate together while the youth are together, and we can talk about similarities, what we're going through, and stuff like that. For me, my biggest support in terms of parenting was helping my own children navigate through a two mom household. It hasn't been difficult, fortunately for me, but I understand that it definitely can. It was a touchy subject to begin with, but we're managing and we're using our resources to the best of our ability, and we're getting through. So I'm not sure what else to share about PFLAG. I feel like I kind of rambled it all off really quickly.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Sarah.
No problem.
Just like to thank you for coming. If that's all you would like to share, I just want to also say we're happy to have you here and to partner with you at the library. So looking forward to future partnerships with you. And also I put your pflagdurhamregion.com website in the chats. So if anyone wants to go to your website, they can just click on it there.
Amazing. Thank you. That was, I'm I don't know. I've gone through everything and I feel like rambled everything off, but I'm a little nervous. I won't lie.
Okay. It's all good.
Oh, I was trying to look at other things, but that's okay. We were here for the cloud, so.
That was wonderful. So if anyone has any questions, you can put it in the chat. Otherwise, we'll say goodbye for now and hope you join us later for other events.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Sarah.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
taking place. Okay, so I'm just going to jump in here. As I said, this is the Learn to Loom session, and for those of you who have take and make kits, I just want to go over what was in the kit, and then we'll get started. So here we have our cardboard loom. We have some different colored yarn, and we have a needle. Everyone should have their needle at hand. And from home, you'll need a fork, a pair of scissors, and if you haven't already, a pen and a ruler to mark the little ticks at the end of your loom. And first of all, I just wanted to go over some weaving terminology. So again, this is going to be our loom, and that's what you use to actually put your threads on to start weaving. We use a weaving needle, and we use the fork. It's actually called a beater, and we use that to push down the weaving as we go. There are two different types of threads that are used. The first type is called the warp thread, and these are the threads that go lengthwise along our loom, and that's what we use to hold the weaving. The weft threads are the ones that are woven through the warp threads on our loom. So I'm going to be using those terms throughout the session, just so you don't get confused. Okay, so let's get started. If you would like to grab your piece of cardboard, what I did was I measured out little ticks at the top and bottom of each one. We're going to need to cut little slits in the bottom and top in order to hold our warp thread. So I'm just going to do that quickly. Cutting it not too deeply. And there are about 15 or 16 little tick marks at the end of your loom to hold the warp thread, just in case you're making your own at home. So I'm almost done here. And there we go. So the next step is to warp our loom using our warp thread. I'm going to use the dark thread that was included in your kits. I find it's provides a nice contrast for the brighter colors of the weaving. So we're making a woven bookmark today, and it's going to be a couple of inches wide. So we're going to warp enough threads on the loom in order to create that width. So to start out, probably in about the third little slit at the top, just sort of wedge your warp thread in there, leave a good tail at the end, and we're going to wrap the warp thread around the loom, bring it down into the corresponding slit at the bottom, and then wrap it around the back and up to the top again. We're going to do that for 8 warp threads, and that will give us the width for the bookmark. Okay, so I'm making these fairly tight, trying to keep the tension the same for all of them. And we're going to warp 8 threads across. 4 so far. 5. 6. 7. And here's my last one, number 8. I'm going to bring it down and then back up again and tuck it in the next little slit at the top. And I'll just trim it off, leave a little tail. Okay, so we've warped our loom. There are 8 threads across, as you can see. The tension is fairly good, not too tight that you bend your loom, but that you can fit your finger under, and just sort of, they're all about the same kind of tension. So next, I'm going to choose a color to start weaving with.
How many strings did you have?
I had 8 strings.
Okay, thank you.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm going to grab my needle and I'm going to thread my first color that I want to use to start weaving with, my weft thread. I'm going to string it or thread it through the large eye of the needle. I find it easier to sort of fold over the yarn and kind of push it through the eye like that. We'll pull through a little tail at the end, and then just leave the rest like a tail like this. Don't tie a knot in it like you would if you were sewing with a needle and thread. Okay, so now we're going to start weaving. I'm right-handed, so I always start on the right side. You can start on the left side, but we are just going to do what's called a plain weave. It's just a basic under-over stitch through the warp threads. So I'm going to start under.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You cut the extra black string after
yeah, I did cut it at the top, just so it doesn't get in the way.
Okay.
Because we're going to have a lot of different threads hanging from the loom, so you don't want to get it all tangled up.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yep, so I'm going to start weaving. So you start under, and then over the next warp thread, you go over, and then under, and then over, under, over, under, and over. And then you pull your thread through. All the way through until you leave a bit of a tail at the end, because we're going to weave that in at the end when we're finished our weaving, okay? So we're going to take our fork, which is our beater in weaver terminology, and we're going to use it to push down the weft thread, just so it's nice and even and not too loose. Okay, so we've done our first row. We're going to take our thread again and go back the other way. But this time, if you'll notice, I ended with the thread on top. This time I want to start with the weft thread underneath and go back the opposite way. So I'm going to go under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. And I'm going to pull it through again. Not too tightly. And I'm going to use my beater to push down the weft threads as well. Just sort of tap it down. You might want to tighten it a little so there's no loop at the end. And just so it looks kind of even and the row is somewhat straight. Okay, so that's basically it. You just keep going until, so as I said, I ended on the top warp thread, above the top the warp thread. So I'm going to start underneath this time again. I'm going to go back. So we're going to keep doing that. I'll just do a few rows in this color so you guys can get the idea. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to just either put it in the chat or you can just turn off your mic and ask me, no problem. So you'll notice that the weaving pattern is starting to appear. And you can see that the warp threads are showing through, which is kind of a cool effect. So I'm just going to do one more row because I want to show you how to change colors. You might want to keep going with your color right now. It depends on what kind of pattern you want to make. Do you want to have big stripes? Do you want to have big blocks of color? Do you want to have little stripes? It's completely up to you. Okay, so I'm just going to pretend that I'm going to end here. You don't have to end your first color here if you don't want to. I just want to show you how you change colors. Okay, it's pretty simple. I'm going to take my needle off and I'm going to trim my thread to end it and just leave it hanging. I'll put this aside and I'm going to choose my next color, which is going to be a dark blue color. Again, I'm pretty sure everyone has different colors in their kits, so you know, it's up to you which colors you use and in which order. All right, so I'm going to thread my needle again. And this is a very long piece of yarn. I might trim it just to make it easier. But you have to remember, if you want to have a big block of color, you have to have a lot of yarn on your needle to begin with. But I'm going to trim this one just to make it easier to show you. Okay. All right, so I'm going to start where I left off. Just tap this down a bit. I'm going to start where I left off. I ended on the top of the warp thread. So now I'm going to start my next color under. So it keeps up the plain weave pattern. Okay, so here we go. We go under, over, under, over, over. We just thread it through. Pull it through. Leave a bit of a tail at the end so that we can weave it in. I'm going to use my beater to tap it down. Like so. Okay, so that's how you start a new color. You just cut off your old one and then just start a new one because we weave the ends in at the end. All right, so I'm going to do a couple of rows with this new color. So okay, gonna keep going a bit. Is everyone okay? Does anyone have any questions? Want me to slow down or go over anything again? Okay, just let me know. I'm gonna do one more row. Okay. All right. So that's how you start a new color. If I were going to start yet another color, I would again cut this thread off and then just start weaving again with my next row. So I just happen to have a completed bookmark here. So I did my yellow and then I did a big chunk of blue. And then I did a big chunk of orange. And I sort of finished off with my yellow again. I'm just going to tap it down. You can make it as long or short as you would like. It's completely up to you. I just felt like this was kind of a good spot to stop. But as you can see, I've finished my row. I'm going to trim off my final thread here and leave it loose. And now comes the time where you are going to take your bookmark off your loom. So it's pretty simple. You'll need your scissors again. And we're going to flip our loom over and cut the warp threads down the back. Okay, so I'll do that. Okay. All right, so I've cut my threads. I'm going to flip it back over. Don't remove them from the slits because if you do, everything will start to unravel. What we're going to do is take off the warp threads 2 at a time on each end and tie them off. Okay, so I'm going to carefully remove these threads. The first 2, I'm going to start on the right. Take them together and we're going to tie them in a knot. It's not too tight, else it'll warp it. And we'll tie it in another knot. Like so. Okay, and so I'm going to do that for each of the pair of threads as we go across. Okay, just leave them hanging here. We'll trim those at the end. Whoops. So and there we go. That side's done. Oh, just have to tie one more knot. Okay, then I'm going to flip it over and do the other end. Take the first 2 off and tie them together. Move on to the next 2. So you have to be careful that your weaving doesn't come unraveled a bit. So I sometimes use the beater to just tap it down. Get these guys out of the way here. Okay. Keep going here. Okay, I'm almost done tying these off. And there we go. So we've got these long fringes that we can trim at the end. My bookmark is now off the loom. I'm just going to put my loom aside. You can reuse that loom, or you can make a different one or a new one. I'll talk about that later. But what I want to do now is sew in all these loose ends from when I was switching colors. So what I'm going to do is take my needle again and just going to switch needles. Take my needle again and thread each little tail through. And then just sort of flip it over and try to weave it just a couple of stitches into the same color. Just like so, just to hold the tail in. Okay. Just pull it not too tightly so that it bends your weaving. Then I'm going to trim it off really close. Okay, and just sort of tap it in there. In weaving, you usually have a good side and a bad side, but with a bookmark, they're kind of both the good side. So we just have to do our best and try and hide the yarn in it. So, oh, have a message. Okay. Yep, Victoria just said in the chat, if you would like to share what your project, you can turn on your camera if you like and share it with us at the end. Okay, so I'm going to continue weaving here. And cut this piece off. Right, I'm going to keep going here. Maybe we'll give you all some time to sort of get your bookmark almost done. We can have a look at it. It'd be great to see. Yeah, so I've pulled mine a bit tight here, kind of made a gap in my weaving, so you have to be careful. You don't pull it too tight. Okay, we'll start in the next section. So if you change colors a lot, obviously you're going to have a lot of tails to weave in, which is fine. But it's just a lot of work to do at the end. But it looks really cool if you have, a really nicely striped bookmark. This isn't my favorite part of weaving, is sewing in the tail ends. So I kind of did as few tails as I could just to avoid that. All right, I'm almost done. How many more do I have? I have 3 more. Okay. And 2 left. All right. Last one. I'm going to try and weave it in the same color. Try and hide it a bit. Okay, so now I've woven all my ends in. Now, I mean, you can leave the tails, the fringe this long, but I'm going to trim mine a bit. Just going to trim it a little up here. Trim it on the other end as well. Try and keep them about the same length. There we go. So there's my bookmark. Pretty simple project. As I said, with your loom, you can make any size of loom that you like. If you would like a wider project, you just create a wider loom and put more slots for the warp threads to go in. If you want a longer project, you create a longer loom. So this was just basically to show you the basic techniques of loom. It really, you can be really creative and create any size thing. I mean, you could have a room size loom, you could have a lap loom or a little hand loom like this. And my first loom project was to make a coaster. It's a little shaky, but I also tried a couple of little patterns where I would weave halfway across and then go back again. So I put little triangles in it. So I was trying different patterns as well. So you don't just have to keep going straight across making just bars. You can experiment with different techniques. Just do whatever you like. It's a lot of fun. This is another project I'm working on. It's a loom that I built myself. It's a piece of wood, obviously, that I used, and I nailed little finishing nails at the top and the bottom. They're about 1/2 inch apart. And then I just put my warp thread up and down. I didn't wrap it around the back. So what I'm starting here is I have this little piece of cardboard at the bottom to keep my weaving really flat and even. Sorry. And then I stopped for a bit and wanted to put a fringe on. So I added these long strings, and it will cover the bottom of the weaving. And I'm going to put another row of fringe, and that'll hang down. And then I plan to continue weaving up here and trying to put different patterns in. So really, you can use the same basic technique to make any size project, and you can do lots of cool things with it. I found this idea for the fringe on one of the library's electronic products. There's an actual tutorial in it on weaving. The product is called Creative Bug, and I'm not sure, maybe Victoria was going to put the link to our electronic resource in the chat. Yes, she did. Here's the link to Creative Bug. So what you need for that is, it's a resource that the library subscribes to, and it has like thousands of different projects. There's knitting tutorials, there's again, weaving tutorials, sewing, crochet, all kinds of different crafting projects. So you just need your library card to sign into that. And you can just go wild with all the different projects on there. So that's pretty much the end of the Loom tutorial. Does anyone have any questions? Would anyone like to share their project? No questions? No one wants to turn on their camera? Oh, Christine and Aiden turned on their camera. Oh, very nice. Oh, that looks great. Perfect. Thank you. You're welcome, Jeanette. Anyone else like to share? Ah, you're welcome, Shahaba. That was really fun. Well, I had fun too. So what we're going to do now is, if no one has any questions, or if no one wants to share any of their projects, we're we're going to just take a break until the next session. And hopefully everyone will come back for that one. It is the make your own flashlight, and that's going to start at 10:45. So we'll see you all then. Oh, Erica. Did Erica share something? I missed it. Hi, Erica.
So to start out, we're going to make our hill for our roller coaster. So you want to look for your template that has one of the pieces that are labeled hill/loop, and we're going to cut one of those out. Yep, so with just a pair of scissors, we're just going to cut out one of them for now. And what we're going to do with that is once you're done cutting it out, we're going to cut on the solid lines. So since this is just a hill, we're just going to cut out the last 3. So just very carefully up to the dotted line, and we're going to do that on both sides. All right. And what that's going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to bend this bottom part into a curve. So what we're going to do next is we're going to fold along this dotted line that's right along the middle. So there's 2, so we're going to fold on each side. And the reason we use cardstock is because it's thicker than regular paper, so it won't break apart as easily. Nice. So now we've got our first hill. And so with those cuts we made at the end there, we can use that to fold the end there to make sort of a curve. So for our ball when it goes down that first hill. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the tape. And now you don't want to tape it. You don't want to make like a sharp corner like that. You want it to be like a gradual curve. So what we're going to do next is we're going to look for a piece of paper that says support on it. So there's going to be 2 supports, and we're going to need to cut those out. So you want to make sure, again, we're only cutting on the solid lines. So we'll cut out this one. All right, and the second one. All right, so you're going to want to cut out both of these. So again, so they say support on them. And we want to cut out both of them. And then what you're going to want to do is, so you'll notice at the very end on one of the sides, there's some solid lines. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut each of those. So remember, they're just shortcuts just up to where the dotted line starts. All right, so we're just cutting out those little, so we get these little flaps at the end. All right, and we're going to do the same for the other one. So again, you're going to notice there's some dotted lines, and then at the very end, there's a little solid line, and we're going to cut on that. All right, and then what we're going to want to do is after you cut those out, we're going to need to fold along each of these dotted lines. All right, so this one might be a little tricky. All right, so we folded it on each of the dotted lines. So now what we can do is we can fold it together to make this rectangle shape. All right, and then remember those little flaps we cut out at the end. So those ones are going to fold out. And what you're going to want to do after you fold it over is we're going to tape it. So we're going to take our tape. All right, and now I'm going to do that again for the second one. All right, so what we're going to do now, I'm just going to move some of these to the side for now. So now we're going to tape these new supports to our base, and then the supports are going to be able to hold up our loop for our roller coaster. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to use those flaps at the end so that we can tape our support to the base. So you can put it anywhere, like you can put them here or there. I usually like to put mine right at the edge so that the hill will go down this way and I have more space. Like if I put the hill here, then it's already near the end, so I don't really have a lot of space to put more things. So I prefer to put it right here on the edge. All right, so we're just going to tape it to the base at the bottom. And this is why we needed those little flaps at the end of the support so that we can tape it. And then what we can do for any parts that stick out on the other side, we can fold them on over the bottom, and then we can tape them on the bottom side. Just to show that here, I'm going to fold them around the bottom side and tape it. So depending on where you place it, you might need to put a bit more tape. But the more tape you put, the more secure your base will be. All right, so once you get your first one taped on there, so make sure it's taped nice and good, and then we can bring over our first hill. All right, and then once that's taped, we can tape our next support. All right, and then just like the other one, I'm going to fold over part of it to tape it on the bottom there to help keep it steady. All right, and then so now we have the first hill of our roller coaster. All right, so this next part is going to be pretty tricky to do because now we're going to make a loop-de-loop. So just like with that hill we made, we're going to need to grab another one of those pieces that says hill/loop. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut now along all of these solid lines. So remember how with our first hill, we just wanted the end to be a curve, but now we want to be able to make a full loop, a full loop-de-loop. So now the entire thing is going to be curved. So we're going to cut along each of these lines just from the dotted line to the edge, and we're going to do that on both sides. All right, and then so once you've cut along all of them, we're going to fold now along that dotted line. We're going to do that for all of these little flaps. See, so it looks kind of like the one we had before, but now you can see we have these cuts everywhere. But what these cuts allow us to do is that now we can reshape this into a loop-de-loop. So now this part can be a little tricky. You might want to have a second person help you out to keep the loop together. So if you don't have a second person with you to help fold the loop together, something that I find helps is if you, for example, hold one end down like that with your finger to sort of keep it steady as you bring over the second one around like that to sort of create our loop shape. So this step is probably going to be the part that takes the longest. Just because there are so many different ways to create this loop and a lot of different ways it can go wrong. So don't worry if this is like the longest part, because doing the loop-to-loop is very tricky to get to work. But once you finally get that marble going through the loop, it feels great. We do also have a video that will be going up later that you can always come back to in case you can't get the loop-to-loop right, where we go over again the steps to get the loop to work. All right, and there we go. So you can see how much trial and error it takes just to get a paper roller coaster to work. Imagine how long it takes for a real roller coaster. Right, so as you can see here, so it did take a lot of tape. So you also have to tape it, make sure to tape it to the base as well to keep it steady. As you can see here. Again, this is, the loop-to-loop is definitely the hardest part, but once you get it working, it makes your roller coaster that much better. All right, so I'm just going to quickly show you one more thing before we finish for today. There's one last type of piece called the curve piece. And if you want to as well, if you can't get the loop to work, you can use curves instead. And for that, we're going to need to fold it over twice. So we have one fold here, and then another fold here. All right, and then what that allows us to do is we can fold the paper to make a curve like this. And then so just like the loop-to-loop, you can tape the curve together. So again, if you didn't have enough time to finish it, you will be able to watch the video later, and then you can try building your own roller coasters. Like maybe you'd want to have the curve instead of the loop. Maybe you want to tape more parts along there. There's a whole lot you can do with the paper roller coaster. You could even build it on levels and like add more hills and make it go all around. Like you can make it as big or as small as you want. All right, thanks for joining us, and hope to see you around at the next one.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ReMakerFest. Today we have EarlyON with us to do Puppet Pizzazz. All right, EarlyON, take it away, introduce yourselves and show us your craft for today.
All right, hello everybody. My name is Smita Sharma, working with EarlyON Pickering, and with me I have Seema. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Seema. I work in Pickering EarlyON too. We love to be here with you guys.
Perfect. All right, so we will start off with our program for today. And Seema, take it over. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just start with hello everybody. Hello everybody, and how are you? How are you? How are you? Hello everybody, and how are you? How are you today? Hello everybody, and clap your hands, clap your hands, clap your hands. Hello everybody, and clap your hands today. Hello everybody, and stomp your feet, stomp your feet, stomp your feet. Hello everybody, and stomp your feet today. Hello everybody, and wave hello, wave hello, wave hello. Hello everybody, and wave hello today. Great. What about I gonna start with my own puppet, 5 little ducks. 1. The second one is coming. 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is the mama duck, and you can make your own at home. 5 little duck went out one day over the bridge and far away. Mother duck said, quack, 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 but only 4 little ducks came back. 4 little ducks went out one day over the bridge and far away. Mother duck said, quack, 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 but only 3 little ducks came back. 3 little ducks went out one day over the bridge and far away. Mother duck said, quack, 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 and only 2 little ducks came back. 2 little ducks went out one day over the bridge and far away. Mother duck said, quack, 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 but only 1 little duck came back. 1 little duck went out one day over the bridge and far away. Mother duck said, quack, 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 and no other ducks came back. Sad mother duck went out one day over the bridge and far away. Sad mother duck said, quack, 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 and all 5 little ducks came back. Okay, and before I pass it to Smita, I will share one more song with my own picture, and this one is everybody's favorite, the wheels on the bus. The wheels on the bus. The wheels on the bus goes round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus goes round and round, all through the town. The daddy on the bus says, shh, 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 shh. The daddy on the bus says, shh, 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 all through the town. The children on the bus says, ah, 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 ah. The children on the bus says, ah, 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 all through the town. The light on the bus goes bling, 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 bling. The light on the bus goes bling, 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 all through the town. The wipers on the bus go swish, 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 swish. The wipers on the bus goes swish, 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 all through the town. The driver on the bus says, move on back, move on back, move on back. The driver on the bus says, move on back, all through the town. The horn on the bus goes beep, 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 beep. The horn on the bus goes beep, 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 all through the town. The mommy on the bus says, I love you, I love you, I love you. The mommy on the bus says, I love you, all through the town. The grandparents on the bus says, I love you more, I love you more, I love you more. The grandparents on the bus says, I love you more, all through the town. And now I will pass it to my team teacher, Miss Smita Sharma. Will have lots of fun activity for you guys.
Thank you so much, Seema. And that was actually amazing. So as we are talking about puppets today, and you might have seen Seema actually made those puppets at home. So again, these are super easy to make. You can just print them out and you can just sing the songs with the, every time you have the picture on you, you can always show the picture to your children and they can do that very easily. Even the ducks that she made it at home. So you can just print out the ducks, just cut them, put them on a popsicle stick, and there we go. We have a puppet right there. So that was super fun. And now, my friends, I know you have all been given, oh, sorry, Seema, you can put the tape on the back. That's right. Thank you, Seema. So we will be doing those bags that you have got. So I'm sure you, if you do have your bags, we had given you a couple of things that we can make puppets with. And in the bag, you might have a paper roll right here. So you might have that, and you might also have egg carton. So we have given you some egg cartons. We have given you this, the paper towel roll, and then you might also have some crayons. We have given you some crayons, and you have paint. So right now I will be making a puppet with the paper towel. So we'll start off with a paper towel roll. All you need is a paper towel roll. Now, if you have any markers, pens, pencils, anything at home, you can always bring it and we can work on it together. Now, if you don't have these materials, that's fine. You can always watch it and then you can always do it later when you have time. All right, so now I will be making a monster puppet with my little paper towel roll. So I'll be putting some eyes and I'll be putting some wacky hair on the top. For the wacky hair today, I have used yarn. Again, if you have yarn at home, you can bring yarn at home, or you can always use tissue paper. So we can make a hair with a tissue paper, as simple as tissue paper. So you don't have to have a yarn. That's if you don't have it, you can just use tissue paper. So what I'm going to do is I will start. Let me just put the camera down a little. There we go. And I will start off by putting my eyes. So for the eyes, I'm using a green marker right here, and I'm going to make two big monster eyes. So I'm going to put one eye right here, and then the next eye right here. Now, these little monsters have two eyes, but monsters can have three eyes too. They can have as many eyes as you want. So you can put as many eyes that you want. I'm going to put another one right here and right here. Perfect. So there is my eye. And now, to make it look like more like a puppet, I will use my, let's see if I can find my popsicle stick. Again, if you have popsicle stick, it's good. If you don't have it, it's fine. I just have it right here, so I'm just going to use it. So it just makes more, looks more like a puppet. So I'm just going to put it right here and put a little tape on it. Here's my tape. There we go. I cut a piece of tape. There we go. And I'm going to put it just right here. Stick it right here. There we go. So now if you don't have this, that's fine. You can always get it later. So there we go. So we have the stick right here and it's sticking right here. So you can make this into a puppet. Now I'm going to put some wacky hair on the top. So either you can get your tissue papers that you have. You can bring your tissue papers and glue it all over the head. So let me just start by cutting a little bit of my wool. All right. And you also need glue for this. So if you have glue, just bring a glue stick or white glue. And we will put it on the top. Put a little bit of glue. Now you can make different kind of puppets. You don't really have to make a monster. I have made butterflies with it. We can put some wings in the back right here, and this could be the body of the butterfly. You can do that. I just thought of monster today. So I'm just gonna make this, but you can always make bugs, you can make bumblebees. There's so many ideas that you can do with a paper roll. Here you go. It's my wacky hair. It's everywhere. There you go. So that's his hair up there. And now for the nose, now I'm gonna see what I have for the nose. So right now what I see here is, let's see what I have. I have a piece of ribbon. Anything. You can always make a nose with tissue paper too. So whatever you can find at home. So this is, we want to make it as easy as possible. We don't want any fancy things from outside. Whatever you can find in your home, maybe a piece of cloth, maybe just like tissue paper, or you can even get some grass from outside. If you go and you find a leaf from outside, you can stick that and make it look like a nose. So anything that you can find, whatever random thing that you can find at home. So right now I'm gonna just put this little nose on him right here. And that's his nose. It looks a little funny, I know. And with the help of the markers that you have been given, you can always make the noses with these markers. And I'm gonna open my markers up, and with the help of these markers, I'm gonna make his mouth. So I'm gonna make a big mouth for him. There we go. And he's a happy little monster, so I'm gonna make a smile on his face. So this monster is smiling and he's happy to see you guys. All right, so this was our monster puppet. Again, with the help of this paper towel, you can make any kind of puppet. This one is a monster, but you can make anything else. So now, since he's a very happy little monster, how about if we sing "If You're Happy and You Know It" with our puppet? Let's do that. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet, stomp, stomp. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet, stomp, stomp. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet, stomp, stomp. If you're happy and you know it, shout hooray, hooray. If you're happy and you know it, shout hooray, hooray. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, shout hooray, hooray. If you're happy and you know it, do all three, clap, clap, stomp, stomp. Hooray! If you're happy and you know it, do all three, clap, clap, stomp, stomp. Hooray! If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, do all three, clap, clap, stomp, stomp. Hooray! Awesome. All right. So my friends, my colleague Seema has a book for you. Seema, are you able to open the book?
Actually, I have my book with the puppet, my own puppet.
So there we go.
The very hungry caterpillar. Okay. And I took this book and I made it my own story. Okay. And the light of the moon, a little egg. You see the little egg? Lay on the big leaf. And that stay on the leaf and munch, 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 munch. On Sunday, he eat the leaf and slowly popped up and become a very hungry little caterpillar. He was really, really hungry. He wanted to eat. And after Sunday is Monday coming. On Monday, this little caterpillar eat one big apple. Munch, 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 munch. But still he was hungry. Oh no! What is coming Monday is Tuesday. And on Tuesday, this angry caterpillar walk and walk and walk and find 2 pears. And he eat 2 pears. Nope, still he was very hungry. He was looking for lots and lots of food. After Tuesday is coming Wednesday. On Wednesday, he eat 3 plums. Yum 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 yum. Nope, still he was very hungry, this caterpillar. And what is coming after Wednesday? Yes, you guys are right. Thursday. On Thursday, this caterpillar finds 4 strawberries and he eat yum 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 yum. Nope, still he was very, very hungry. And after Thursday is coming. Yes, you guys are right. It's Friday and he eat 5 oranges. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. No, still he was very angry. And after Friday is coming Saturday. And on Saturday he eat 1 pickle or cucumber. Yum 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 yum. No, not enough. Then he find a cheesecake. Yum 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 yum. And then he find a very yummy muffin or cupcake. Yum 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 yum. And then after that, my favorite, watermelon. And he eat a piece of watermelon. Yum 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 yum. That night he was very sick. He got a stomachache because he eats so much. And then come back after Saturday, again is Sunday. And what he did, that caterpillar eat 1 beautiful fresh green leaf. And he feel better, and that night he sleep well, and for a while he stay in his bed and cocoon. And he wait, and he wait, and he wait. After a few days, he popped up. And do you guys know what happened? Was that caterpillar gone? Caterpillar gone, and something beautiful comes up. A very beautiful butterfly. And I draw most of them. I find out some cardboard or cereal box or Kleenex box, and I make it my own story. Thank you, Smita. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Seema. That was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that story. And we all love the Hungry Caterpillar. It's our favorite story. And again, so she did not have the book with her. All she did was made the puppets and showed it to you guys. So it's more fun when it's hands-on and it's puppets. So try making those puppets at home. That would be great. Now, one puppet that we can make from that story is our caterpillar. So let's make our caterpillar. Now, in your bags, you have egg carton. So we will make this egg carton look like a caterpillar. Now, the first thing that I want you to do is from your bags, you will take the green paint out, because that's what the color of a caterpillar is. Sometimes it's a lighter green, sometimes it's a darker green. They have different green textures, but yeah, but mostly it is green. So just like Seema has, she has actually colored it with a marker. If you want, you can always color it with a marker or a crayon. We have also given you 3 crayons. So I think there's no green color in it, but you can always grab a green crayon or marker and we can do it with that as well. So right now I'm going to start painting my caterpillar. So all I need is a paintbrush, and there is my paintbrush right here. I'm going to put the camera down a little so you guys can see it. Oh, actually I can just hold it like that so you can see it. And I'm going to open my paint box. go. And now I'm gonna start painting. There we go. Start coloring it all green. Just for me to look at like a caterpillar. So I'm just gonna make it look like one. If you have a big brush, you can use a big brush. You can use a small brush. You can use some natural paint brushes. Sometimes I use the natural paint brushes just like grass. And also sometimes I use twigs to paint. So you can always use those. Again, you're gonna paint it all green. There we go. So I'm just gonna do it quick. Just like that. Now, while my caterpillar is drying, so I'm just gonna leave it for drying for about 2 minutes so that I can stick, or I can maybe make his eyes. I'm gonna show you another thing that we put in your bag, which is really good. So I'm gonna keep this on the side for now to dry. And in your books, you have been given these books. Now, these books are awesome because these books will tell you how you can make puppets at home with a lot of different things. So I see the first one is called the spoon puppet. Now, the spoon puppet is actually from these wooden spoons right here, which you would find at a Dollarama, or you can even find it at home. Sometimes if you have it at home, these wooden spoons, and you can make your own puppets using these wooden spoons. All you have to do is make some eyes on it, make their faces, maybe you can put some hair on the top, and you can make your own little puppets right here. So again, the first one that you see on your book is called spoon puppets, and you need a plastic spoon or even a wooden spoon, markers, some construction paper. Sorry, Seema, you had something to say?
These spoons, they don't need to go buy. Sometimes they order food and plastic spoon coming, or after they used. And also we all have wooden spoon at home. When it's getting old, before we toss it out, let your child to make a puppet and have fun with it.
That is a great point, Seema. And yes, that's right. You don't have to buy these. These can be found at home. Or like Seema said, when you order food from outside, they sometimes come in your food as well, or even the ones that you're throwing away. So yes, so these spoons, and all you need is glue and some pipe cleaners. Now, pipe cleaners are these little things right here. If you have these are super handy. You can use it for your puppets too. So that's your spoon puppets. On the next page, let's see what my next page is. It is a paper cup clown. So paper cup clown is again something so easy. Paper cups, we all have it at home. We use, sometimes we just drink our water and throw them away. Don't throw those paper cups away because you can use them to make these little clowns right here. So if you see, I can show you the picture, and I'm sure you can see it too if you have the bag. That's how we make it. So for this one, or for all my friends who don't have this bag, all you need is construction paper, some wool, some glue, tape, and that's it. And whatever you have at home, materials to decorate, and you can make these paper cups at home, paper cup clowns. And another one that I see here is called the Dancing Princess. Again, for the Dancing Princess, this one, all you need is this pipe cleaner and a tissue paper. So if you have a tissue paper at home, just Kleenex, regular Kleenex tissue paper, if you have that, you can put that. All the instructions have been given how to make it on the book, so you can see it and you can make it at home. These are very, very easy to make. And then the last one is the popsicle stick family. So this is just like a picture of a family, and all you need is popsicle sticks. Now you can maybe do this for Father's Day. Shh, don't tell your dad. You can do this for Father's Day, and you can make a nice painting with these popsicle stick and do it as a happy Father's Day gift to your daddies, right? Yes, Seema.
For this activity, if they don't have popsicle stick, when they go for a walk, they can pick a stick and they can glue it and make it beautiful as a person.
Absolutely. Okay, that's again amazing, and that's all natural. You can go outside, pick up some sticks, and maybe stick those little sticks on a piece of a construction paper or a paper that you have at home, and then you can make the faces, and then you can put all the names of your family members there, and there you go. You have a popsicle stick or a stick family right there. So these are some things that we have put in the book. Just have a look at it, and I'm sure you'll find it really worth seeing it, because you can make those puppets at home. Now, my caterpillar has pretty much dried. Now, I am gonna, let me see if I have some googly eyes here. I actually only have, let's see. You can use googly eyes. If you don't have googly eyes, that's fine as well. I actually don't even have a googly eye. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to use my crayon for this. I'm gonna put some eyes on the front. If the crayon's not working, so let's see if I can find a darker pen. Maybe a marker. Yes, a marker would do. So darker marker, and I have to make my caterpillar's eyes. There you go. So I made eyes right there. So you can make those little eyes. Now, if you do have a popsicle stick at home, or sorry, not a popsicle stick, actually pipe cleaner at home. So I'm gonna make those little wings on the top, just like how caterpillar has. So I'm gonna take that pipe cleaner, I'm gonna cut it into half. Right, just like that, and I'm gonna stick it either with a tape. Just tape is a little faster, so I'm gonna do it with a tape. Now, if you don't have a pipe cleaner, you can always use like just maybe a piece of paper, just like a piece of paper, and you can just put it on the top, just like this. Maybe cut it into like small pieces, and then you can always do it like that. Now this one is, I'm just gonna fold it, just like this, just to make it look like a ear. And I'm gonna stick it actually right on this. So there is my caterpillar one ear, and then I'm gonna put the other one right here. Let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna make it round so that it looks like a caterpillar's ear. So I'm gonna make it round, round, round. And I'm gonna put it right here. So I have used 2 tapes, but again, you don't have to use tapes. You can always use glue, and then just glue it together on the caterpillar and make it look like 2 ears. Oops, this keeps slipping from my hand. So there you go. So again, you don't have to like do the paint. You can always do the markers, the green markers, or you can use the crayons. And there we go. That's our caterpillar right there. So you can do this at home if you want. If you can get like an egg carton. Don't let mommy throw away those egg cartons. You can always use them. So you can use that as well. All right. So that brings us to almost the end of our program. It's 2:29, and I want to say goodbye by singing a song. And it's beautiful day outside, so I'm gonna sing "You're My Sunshine" before I leave. So let's sing it all together, my friends. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. So don't take my sunshine away. So let the sun shine in, face it with a grin. Open up your heart and let the sun shine in. Yay! Awesome, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us again. And I wish you all a very happy day and a great weekend. Bye now. Take care.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, EarlyON, for joining us today. We appreciate you coming and joining us for ReMakerFest, and we hope to see you soon. Goodbye.
Thank you for having us.
No problem. And to everybody else, stay tuned for our next program, which will be at 3 o'clock. Repurpose your old computer.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Hold on, welcome back, everyone, and thanks for joining us for the final virtual session this afternoon, How to Repurpose Your Old Computer. My name is Kahan, and I am the Client Experience Specialist for Technology at Pickering Public Library. I'm hearing a feedback, guys. Sorry, folks, just give us 1 sec. Hello? Okay, because I'm hearing myself in a feedback. Okay, I'm going to continue. Let me just lower my volume a bit. Doesn't distract me. Okay. Sorry, folks. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for joining us once again for the final virtual session, How to Repurpose Your Old Computer. My name is Kahan, and once again, I am the Client Experience Specialist for Technology at Pickering Public Library. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to do a brief presentation just to introduce the topic that we're going to be talking about today. Then I'm going to be doing a live demo. So just an FYI, when I'm going to be doing the live demo, in order to ensure that I'm outputting the best quality image for you guys to see, because I'm going to be showing how to upgrade certain parts on a computer. What I'm going to have to do periodically is I'm going to have to zoom in and I'm going to have to readjust my focusing. Okay, just wanted to let you guys know beforehand. So there may be just a few little delays here and there as I'm refocusing. And I'm still hearing a feedback. So if the technical production team on the background can try to solve that issue, that would be good. Okay, so let me just switch over to my presentation. And okay, I think actually the problem has been solved. So I can up my volume. And I just want to actually, before I start my presentation, I do want to mention that we have Mark, who is monitoring all of the chats in Zoom, on Facebook, as well as YouTube. So if there's any question that you guys want to ask, feel free to pop your question into the chat. Mark is going to be monitoring all of those channels, and he'll let me know if there's a question. So I'm just going to bump my volume up once again. Okay, and I will switch over to my presentation right now. Okay, so this afternoon, the last session of the day, once again, just want to thank everyone for hanging on until this last session, is all about repurposing your old computer. Now, why would we want to repurpose our old computers? So let's say you have an old computer that cannot be upgraded to Windows 11, let's say, okay? Now, it's important to note that Windows 11 has some additional specific hardware requirements not found in some older computers, okay? So without getting too technical, there are certain things that Microsoft is basically forcing upon us to have on our computers in order to run Windows 11. The most important being the TPM, or the Trusted Platform Module chip, okay? Not every computer, whether it's a desktop or a laptop computer, is going to have such a chip, okay? Older Macs, pre-2013, cannot be upgraded to the latest Mac OS version, such as the current version, which is Mac OS 12 Monterey. An old computer can still be used for day-to-day computing. So you could run a lightweight version of Linux, or even Chrome OS, as I'm going to show a little bit later on. You could run a free and open source Office suite like LibreOffice. So this is basically a Microsoft Office replacement, completely free and open source, and 100% compatible with the file formats that Microsoft Office uses. So these typically do come, oftentimes comes pre-installed with many Linux distributions, okay? I'm going to be talking about Linux a little bit later on in the presentation, and I'm going to be doing a demo, but basically Linux is just an alternative operating system to Windows. So instead of using Windows or Mac, you can install Linux on a PC computer as well as on some of the older Macs. The newer Macs can't typically run Linux. If you use your computer just for web surfing or cloud computing, this doesn't require very high-end specs. So an older computer can very easily perform this function with ease. So let's say another example is, let's say you bought a new computer, you have an old computer that you want to just pass down to maybe a spouse, partner, or let's say someone in the house, like a son or a daughter. You can do that very easily with all the stuff that I'm going to be showing today. Maybe you want to save some money or extend the use of your current machine, or maybe you just want to save the environment. So some of the the common upgradable components, these are the common upgradable components. Now, some of these are only going to be upgradable on a desktop. So I've designated that in the parentheses, such as the CPU. This is typically a desktop upgrade. The motherboard, case, power supply. Once again, this is typically desktop only. The CPU cooling. So whether you're using a traditional CPU fan, or one of the newer AIOs, which stands for all-in-one. Liquid coolers, okay? So if you come across this acronym, it stands for all-in-one. RAM memory can be upgraded typically on a laptop. Except for newer laptops, a lot of newer laptops, they're actually soldering a lot of these components onto the boards. But, we're talking about older computers today. Hard drives definitely could be upgraded. So whether you're using a traditional spinning drive, that can be upgraded. An M.2 solid state storage stick. So all of this is going to be explained in a little bit. Your PCI Express cards. So these are the graphics cards, audio cards, all of these sort of plug-in cards that you can plug into a computer. Now, this is desktop only typically. Okay. Some of the older laptops had what's referred to as a PCMCIA slot, which was kind of used for upgrading, but those slots have been deprecated. I've not seen one of those on laptop computers, particularly from the last 15 years or so, and a Wi-Fi card. Okay. Now, laptops versus desktops, what are the differences when upgrading? So typically on a desktop, everything can be replaced from the CPU, the case, the power supply, and so forth. Add-on cards, so those graphic cards that we can plug in, those can be upgraded. So desktops, because of the PCI Express expansion possibilities, desktops are much more upgradable than laptops. Typically on a laptop, you can upgrade or change the battery. Let's say the battery has died out. Typically those can be replaced. The RAM memory, the hard drive, and sometimes the Wi-Fi card can be replaced and or upgraded as well. The problem with newer laptops, particularly in the last 5 years or so, and specifically these ultrabook computers, these really super thin laptop computers, those are commonly harder to upgrade because what the manufacturers are doing now is that they're soldering the components right onto the motherboard. So what you're going to need to do any type of repairs, you're going to need a very good repair toolkit. So the one that I use, the one that I own, is not this one, but I do have the original iFixit Protect toolkit, which kind of looks a little bit different than what you see over here. I should forewarn here, however, that the iFixit toolkit is around $80, so it is on the more expensive side, but it includes everything you're going to ever need to do repairs on your computers, your laptops, and sometimes even some of your other devices that you may have, such as tablets and phones and what have you. At Canada Computers, which is a local retailer in Canada, there is this brand, which is basically a knockoff of the iFixit toolkit. And this is around, if I recall, it's either $29 or $39. So it's roughly half the cost, but it's basically kind of like a knockoff of the iFixit toolkit. Okay. So some special considerations when it comes to CPU upgrading. So if you currently have an Intel CPU and you want to upgrade to the newest or a newer Intel CPU, you will most likely have to upgrade your motherboard. And this is because when Intel introduces a new processor, they typically introduce a new socket type. So this typically will require purchasing a new motherboard. Okay, so if you're thinking of Intel, just keep in mind that if you may have to actually purchase a new motherboard as well. If you currently have an AMD Ryzen-based CPU and you want to upgrade, you may have to upgrade your motherboard, but not always. And this is because from Zen 2 to Zen 3, so right now we're at Zen 3 based AMD Ryzen chips. They all, both the Zen 2 and the Zen 3 use the AM4 socket, the slot type on the motherboard. So later on this year, AMD is introducing the Zen 4 based chips, which will use a new type of socket called AM5. So if you want to upgrade from a Zen 2 to Zen 3 to a Zen 4, you will have to upgrade your motherboard. But if you're just doing a Zen 2 to Zen 3, then basically you don't have to. Okay. If you want to switch from one type to another, so either Intel to AMD or AMD to Intel, you will most definitely need to upgrade your motherboard, as the brands are not cross-compatible with each other. If you're upgrading your CPU, there's just going to be a few additional items that you're going to need on top of the regular toolkit. So you're going to need some paper towel, some cotton swabs, and some isopropyl alcohol, at least 70%, in order to clean off some of the thermal paste that I'm going to be demoing shortly. I'm not going to go everything into the slide, but basically the takeaway from this slide is that before you switch CPUs, you want to leave the old CPU seated in the socket. You do not want to remove it until you clean off the thermal paste entirely off the top of the processor. And this is because thermal paste is conductive. So if you accidentally get some thermal paste on the pins underneath the top of the processor, then that's going to be very, very difficult to clean off, if not impossible. So some things to consider when you're upgrading the RAM memory on your desktop. You should do a little better research as to, well, first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to open up your computer to see how many RAM slots you have, or consult your user manual. If you don't have a printed user manual, you can typically just Google search for whatever computer you have. Practically every manufacturer out there has put their user manual for any type of product as a PDF download. Okay, so either you want to open it up or you want to consult your manual. But basically what you want to determine here is how many RAM slots you have. So do you have 1, 2, or 4? Okay, because this is going to determine if you can take advantage of multi-channel memory. Okay, which I'll explain towards the demo portion and a little bit at the end of the session today. You never want to mix RAM brands and the amount of RAM. So for example, you don't want to mix a 2 GB RAM stick with a 4 GB. You want to match the RAM as closely as possible, preferably identical sticks. So let's say you're upgrading from 1 stick to 4. What I would do is I would purchase the 4 sticks of RAM all at the same time to ensure that you're using identical RAM. Okay, find out the type of RAM on your motherboard and the compatibility and its capacity. Okay, every stick of RAM is going to have a sticker on it with a bunch of numbers. That's what you want to remove. You want to remove the old RAM, and you want to either do a Google search or go into a computer store and bring the stick of RAM with you and show the person there to make sure that you're purchasing the correct type of RAM. Okay. Older computers that are approximately 7 to 10 years old typically will use something called DDR3. Current computers right now are using the DDR4 standard. Later on this year, with all of the upgrades happening to the Ryzen chips and the Intel processor chips, we're going to start to see DDR5 come into play as well. Okay, you always want to try to max out your RAM as much as possible, or at least double it. Okay, in order to basically do a good decent upgrade, you want to at least double your RAM. And you want to watch out for this asymmetrical notch, which I'm going to show in the demo portion. Okay. The hard drive on a desktop, this is probably the single most important PC upgrade you can make as far as performance is concerned. Spinning hard drives are the biggest bottleneck on your computer. So typically whether it's a desktop or a laptop, you almost always want to try to upgrade your old spinning hard drive to a solid state drive. And you want to upgrade the RAM memory. Okay. You will need a mounting bracket for your desktop. So when I'm doing the demo, I'll show you what a mounting bracket will look like, because the SATA-based SSD drives, which are these small kind of 2.5-inch drives, which I'm going to show in a little bit, those need a mounting bracket on a desktop. Okay. The other thing you want to determine is if your PC has what's referred to as an M.2 slot. This is a new standard that of solid state drives. If your computer, whether it's a desktop or a laptop, has an M.2, you want to take advantage of that. Okay. Upgrading the desktop, once again, the PCI Express cards. So these are these expansion cards you can plug, you can basically kind of press into a desktop computer. This extends the functions of the motherboard by adding an external card. The most common upgrade with regards to PCI Express cards are the video graphics cards. Okay, so whether it's an NVIDIA RTX or an AMD Radeon graphics card, these are the most common things that you're going to upgrade as far as the PCI Express card. Now, the PCI Express standard uses something called lanes. So what you need to find out is, just by doing a little bit of research, you need to find out how many PCI Express lanes your motherboard and your processor actually use, but predominantly it's going to be the motherboard. So these big, massive graphics cards, the modern ones, will typically use up 16 lanes of PCI Express. Okay. The size of the slot is a good indicator of how many PCI lanes the slot uses. So whether it's X16, X8, X4, or X1, these are all common sizes. Okay. And most PCI cards are powered by the motherboard slot, but the modern graphics cards, that's going to need a little bit of extra power from the power supply unit. Okay. Upgrading the RAM memory on a laptop, pretty much all of the same talking points as to the desktop. The couple of things to keep in mind with laptop RAM is that the laptop RAM sticks are smaller than desktop RAM, so they're not interchangeable. The laptop RAM may be hiding under your motherboard and may not be accessible from a bottom panel, which is a little bit of a pain, which I will show you. I do have a laptop that has that, where you have to remove the motherboard because the RAM slots are underneath. Once again, you have to watch out for this asymmetrical notch. And the first thing you want to do when you're upgrading your laptop is you always want to make sure you unplug the battery or remove the battery pack if you have a removable. Hard drive, once again, same talking points as a desktop, because the spinning hard drives, that's the biggest bottleneck of your computer. Typically with a laptop, the mounting brackets it's included, right? Because you're going to be replacing an old hard drive with a newer hard drive. So typically you will have a bracket already with your laptop. If your laptop has that M.2 slot, use it. It's the best type of upgrade you can do. Okay. And once again, any type of upgrade involving your laptop, you want to either unplug the battery or you want to remove the battery pack in order to avoid basically getting a short or some static electricity. Very quickly, the last two slides. The software that I'm going to be kind of demoing a little bit later on is something called Linux. So Linux is just another alternative operating system. It's free and open source. Doesn't include restrictive licenses like Mac OS and Windows. You're free to install Linux on any computer as you see fit. The other cool thing about Linux as an operating system is that many of these distributions, they're called distributions, just different versions of Linux. They typically include a whole bunch of free software right out of the box. So today we're going to be seeing a little bit about Xubuntu, which will have a web browser out of the box, which is Mozilla Firefox. It'll have LibreOffice right out of the box. You don't even have to install that, which is basically the Microsoft Office replacement that I was referring to earlier, as well as graphics editing software such as GIMP and Inkscape. And whatever doesn't come installed or whatever doesn't come installed with Linux, you can typically you can install it with much ease. Some versions of Linux, once again, so I'm going to be using the word distros, can be more demanding on older hardware, but there is a plethora of Linux distros that are very minimalist and have very low system requirements, such as Xubuntu, which I'll be showing a little bit later on. There's a really good website called DistroWatch. Highly recommend everyone go to DistroWatch for anything related to Linux stuff. And once again, today I'm going to be demoing the very latest version of Xubuntu, which is what's referred to as an LTS or long-term support release. And it's supported for 5 years. Oops. And just lastly, Chrome OS. So we've all heard of Chromebooks, I'm pretty sure. So Chrome OS is actually available to install on any PC or Mac. So there's a version of Chrome OS called Flex or Chrome OS Flex. At the very end of the session today, I'm going to show just like I'll have my browser open with the various links. Chrome OS is a very streamlined and highly customized version of Linux. Basically, Google took Linux and then they made kind of like their own version of Linux with Chrome OS. The advantages of Chrome OS is that the devices that run Chrome OS, because Chrome OS runs very fast, it's low on system requirements. The other cool thing about Chrome OS is that Google is constantly upgrading it. Chrome OS and Flex are not open source. So both are made by Google, but they are closed source. And I'll show how to access the sign up for the early access at the end of the session. Okay, but the main takeaway with Chrome OS is that many things that you do with Chrome OS require you to be online. But although local storage will also be available. Okay, because the thing to keep in mind with Chrome OS is it's a cloud-based OS. Okay, so it typically you need to be online to gain the most kind of benefit from Chrome OS. Okay, so let's get started with the live demo. So I'm just going to be switching over to my desktop computer over here. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I'm on that camera. Yes. Okay, so here we have a desktop computer. So this is an HP Elite Desk computer that an old one from 2013 or 2014 that I've had for many years. So the thing to note about desktops is you have what's referred to as the chassis, or the chassis, I should say, and no two desktops are alike. Just like no two laptops are alike, every desktop is going to have a different way of removing the panel. So in this case, there's a lift up, kind of like a lever where you lift up and it basically, you remove the side panel. On some desktops, you will have to remove 2 screws. Okay, so in this case, I could remove the panel just like this. And I already removed the grill, but basically in order to remove the grill, which is the front facing grill over here, you do need to remove the side panel first. And then basically you just lift up these tabs and then this grill cover comes off as well. But once again, Just like the side panel, every desktop is going to be different. Okay, so just a quick, now I know this looks very intimidating. Okay, so let me just make sure I'm focused properly. Okay, so I am focused properly. It looks very intimidating, right? It's almost like opening the hood of a car, because it's like, oh my God, like, you know, there's just so many things going on over here, right? But actually, it's quite simple. So I'll just go through the various components of a desktop computer, and then we'll learn how to do some basic upgrades. So there we have the CPU fan. The one thing to just kind of be mindful of with the CPU fan is maintenance, okay? Periodically, you're going to want to remove the panel, and you're going to want to take some compressed air, which you can buy from, I believe Best Buy sells it, Walmart sells it, but basically these cans of compressed air, and you want to blow off as much dust off of these grills, the heatsink, I should say, is you want to remove as much dust as possible, okay? Because you need really good airflow over here in order to cool your CPU, okay? Underneath this fan is going to be the processor, okay? So this is mounted onto the processor with these 4 screws, okay? So just regular maintenance, just kind of periodically just check, make sure there's not a lot of dust. If you notice your computer kind of sporadically turning off, just kind of randomly, suspect that you have some clogging of dust and the CPU is not getting enough cool air, because modern CPUs are programmed to auto shut off as soon as it starts getting to a certain temperature, okay? Then we have the power supply unit over here. We have a standard 3.5-inch spinning hard drive on this computer. We have over here, and I mentioned earlier that you will need a mounting bracket. So if I could just remove that. So this is the mounting bracket that I purchased in order to attach these 2 solid state drives. Now notice the difference, if I could remove this. So this is 3.5-inch. These drives over here are 2.5-inch, okay? Hence the need for the mounting bracket, okay? So I'm just going to plug that right back in, and I'll just leave this out for the time being. So those are the hard drives. These are the RAM slots. Now notice, if I could zoom in, notice that we have a white and a black and a white and a black. And we only have 1 stick of RAM currently installed on this desktop. So we're going to learn how to upgrade to 4 using all 4 slots. But the reason why we have the 2, whoops, let me just focus in again. But the reason we have the 4, the different colors on the RAM slots is for the multi-channeling, okay? So you have to consult your owner's manual, but basically you need to find out which slot is just for 1 stick of RAM. So in my case, I only have the 1 stick of RAM, so I'm using the white slot. Now, if I were to double or just put in another slot, another stick of RAM, then I need to make sure that I'm, because this is on the white slot, I need to make sure that the next stick is also going to go onto the white slot, okay? But because I'm going to be upgrading to 4 sticks, then basically you're just going to kind of just notch them in, all the remaining 3 of them, okay? But if you're just attaching 1 more stick of RAM, that's just one thing to keep in mind. So you never want to have your RAM stick in the white and then the next one put into the black slot. Okay, and then notice that there's kind of like a little separation in between the 2, because these are the different banks, the different multi-channeling banks. So you always have to make sure that you have 1 stick here and a matching stick here if you're going to use 2, and then a stick here and a stick here. Okay. Once again, just like I said in the presentation, you never want to mix and match RAM sizes or brands. Okay. That's typically not a good idea. Okay. Down over here, so we have the black slot, and then we have two smaller black slots, and then we have this white slot. These are our PCI Express slots. Okay. Now, a modern graphics card looks like this. Okay, this big NVIDIA 3070. Okay, notice how thick it is. Okay, because this is using up two what are these called? They're basically like two PCI Express slots, like the space for it. Okay, now because this modern graphics card needs an external power source as well as the power from the motherboard, I wouldn't upgrade this particular computer to this type of graphics card. I would go with something more along the lines of this, which is just an old NVIDIA GT710, because it doesn't need an external power source, and it's just single slot. So it's not going to use up, hog up two slots over here. Okay. But the most important thing to keep in mind is that this isn't a very powerful power supply. So this graphics card is going to get its power from the slot down there. Okay. And just to show you the PCI cards. Okay. So notice that this is a lot smaller than this. Okay. So this is PCI Express 1 lane. And I believe this is going to be either 4 or 8. Okay. Because there are some pins missing off of this. Definitely not a PCI Express 16. I believe it's either a 4 or 8. But basically, when you look at the size of the PCI slots, it'll kind of give you an indicator how many lanes it'll use. Now, the interesting thing is that this audio card, this Sound Blaster audio card, you can put it into these single slot or the 1 lane PCI Express slots, or you can put it into one of the bigger ones down here, okay, such as this white one over here. But you can't obviously do the reverse. I can't take this card, right, and then put it into that really small slot. I can only put it into the top or the bottom. Now, with a graphics card, you typically always want to put the graphics card on the very top PCI Express slot. Okay. May as well just pop that in right now, actually, and show you guys how to do that. So notice this little clip, and then notice this little kind of like a hook down here. So all you need to do is line up the pins. And then all you're going to do is just press down until it kind of snaps into place, okay? Graphics cards are always secured with a clip, okay? And then this case, basically you don't need screws. Sometimes you need to screw the PCI card down and over on this portion over here, but in this case, this just clips into place over here. Okay, so I already upgraded the graphics card on this computer. Now, let me show you guys how to upgrade the CPU. Okay, and for this, I'm just going to look at my board over here. I'm not going to adjust my lighting, but I'll just explain. There's a gold triangle in this top left-hand corner over here. So this represents, I don't have a spare motherboard, hence the need for this poster board over here, or foam board. But basically, pretend this is our socket with that little triangle, and then there's a lever, okay? So, with a CPU, okay, assuming that our old CPU is still in there, okay? How you're going to do the CPU upgrade is the following. You're going to remove the fan, okay? So there'll be a fan, the CPU fan, on top of the processor. Let me just make sure. Let me just focus quickly, just to make sure that, okay. So what you want to do with the old CPU first is you want to remove the fan. You want to take some paper towel and you want to basically do a dry clean first of the thermal paste. Okay. Thermal paste is like a gray, I'll show it in a little bit, but basically it's this stuff over here. It's just paste and it looks gray. But it's going to be very kind of messy, okay? So you want to start off with a dry paper towel. Then what you want to do is you want to take a regular cotton swab, a dry one, and you want to continue cleaning off the old thermal paste first with the dry cotton swab. And then you want to make sure that you're getting any thermal paste that may have oozed onto the sides. Okay, so just keep using cotton swabs and then swirl it around to sort of get a nice clean edge. And then basically you want to just remove all the old thermal paste first. Then you want to take a fresh cotton swab and some rubbing alcohol. Then you want to dip. You never want to spray. Now this is a spray. You never want to spray because it'll spray all over the, all over the various components. So we don't want to do that. So what we want to do is we'll want to dip the cotton swab. Once we dip, we want to just squeeze off any excess. And then you want to just do some nice cleaning of the processor. Okay. And then we're ready to pull the lever. And then we're ready to remove the old processor. Now, that gold triangle, there's a reason for this gold triangle. On the socket, you're going to see a triangle. It won't be gold. It'll most likely be kind of like indented or black, but there will be a triangle. But on this Ryzen processor, it's very hard to see. Let me see if I could try to zoom in, but and it may be hard to tell, but there is a gold triangle right over there. So what you want to do is you want to match the triangle on the processor to where the triangle is on the socket. And what you want to do is you want to just drop it into place. And you don't want to force it down, okay? So if it's not going in properly, don't force it because there's pins underneath. You can bend and you can damage the pins. So you just want to kind of jiggle it in place and then it should just naturally kind of fall in, and you just want to just give it a light press just to make sure that it's in there. Once the processor is in there, now you could pull the lever down and then the processor is locked into place. Okay. Now, so the next thing you want to do is the thermal paste. So how do we do that? Okay. So notice that this is a brand new fan. Okay. Never been used. It already has pre-applied thermal paste. Okay. So in this case, we don't need to apply any new thermal paste because this already has a layer of thermal paste. So in this case, we're just going to snap it in. We're going to screw it down and then it's basically good to go. And we're going to plug this into the motherboard where it says CPU fan. Okay. So somewhere on the motherboard, there'll be a connector for the CPU fan. If you're going to reuse the same fan from the old processor, so you're just reusing the same fan, you will need to do the same cleaning procedure that you did with the processor. Okay, so you will need to clean off all of the old thermal paste first. Okay, but in this case, this is ready to go down. But let's assume that we want to reuse the same fan. We're going to have to clean this off. Now, what you want to do with the thermal paste is you want to do a kind of a blob of thermal paste right in the middle of the processor. That's about the size probably like a gigantic green pea. That's the best way I can describe it. But basically what you want to do is you want to squeeze the thermal paste on the middle. Okay, give it a good dollop there, about the size of like a capacitor or a capacitor on your motherboard, or the size of a green pea, but a big green pea. Okay, so nice big, like a nice, not too big, but a nice dollop of thermal paste. Okay, so that's what thermal paste looks like. It's just basically kind of like a gray paste. Okay. And then when you're putting the fan back on, okay, when you're putting the fan back on with that dollop of thermal paste, what it's going to do is it's going to spread it all around. Okay. When you're putting the fan, what you want to do also is you want to do it in a cross, what's the word I'm looking for? You want to screw the screws in a cross pattern. Okay, because what you want to do is for tension. Okay, you want to make sure that you're equalizing the tension on all 4 points. So never just do that, and that. If you're going to start with the top left, you're going to go to the bottom right, go over here, and then screw the last one in like that. Okay, and that is how you upgrade a CPU. Okay, so moving along. So what we want to do now is we want to upgrade the RAM on this desktop. So remember what I mentioned about that asymmetrical notch. Okay, I don't know if you guys can tell, but basically there's a notch that's off-centered. Okay. What you want to make sure is that you're lining up this kind of like this notch in with that kind of notch over here. Okay. If you do it the other way, you're going to basically do a lot of damage to either your RAM or to this. Okay. Now this motherboard over here, we basically have these left kind of clips. So let me see if I could zoom in. And I'll just do a quick focusing. Okay, so in this case, what we want to do is we want to line up the notch, and then you're just going to drop it into place. And then you're going to give it a nice hard push on both sides until these clips kind of snap and snap. Okay, so now these clips are holding the RAM into place. To remove the RAM, basically, you're just going to do those side levers, and then basically the RAM kind of pops out. But give it a good push, it's in. Okay, now same thing over here. So watch out for that asymmetrical notch. And then we're going to basically upgrade this desktop from 8 gigabytes of RAM to 32. Okay. Ideally, it's best if you're pushing down at the same time, but I know this computer very well, and I've never had issues with putting one side at a time. But basically, you do want to try to kind of push them in simultaneously. Okay, and there we go. There we have our RAM now. Hard drive. Okay, so this computer previously had a traditional spinning hard drive plugged in like this. Okay, so we want to upgrade to a solid state drive, something. So this is a spinning drive. This is a non-spinning drive. Okay, so what we want to do is the SATA connector over here has a little push clip. Okay, so you just want to make sure that you push down and then you want to remove. Okay, these are what's referred to as SATA connectors. Okay, so the big SATA connector is always power. The smaller one is data. Okay, now for the purposes of time, and I am probably going to go straight to 4 o'clock because I still have to do the laptop portion. But basically, these for the purposes of time, I already screwed the hard drives into this mount. So in this case, I'm just going to. That's where this mount goes, and it just kind of clips into place. And then it's going to need power. Okay, so there's the power and there's the data. And simple as that. So this can be removed, or you can leave it just for, just to keep it nice and secure. But the other thing you can do with this is you can get an external adapter at a computer store that basically turns this into an external USB drive if you have data still on it. But basically, we'll just leave that drive in there. And then basically, there we go. So we've upgraded the graphics card, we've upgraded the RAM, and we've upgraded the hard drive. Okay. Now, very quickly, before we proceed to the laptop portion, these are the various things you should kind of keep in mind with upgrading computers. Okay. So we have these are what's referred to as M.2 sticks. Okay. Notice that this one has one notch. This one has two notches. So this one is an NVMe based M.2, whereas this is a SATA based M.2. So you need to consult your owner's manual or do a little bit of research on Google as to which one yours is. It's the same size connector, but the notches will make a difference. So my laptop that I'll show in a little bit will only work with the SATA M.2s and not with the more kind of modern NVMe PCI Express based M.2 sticks. Okay, so very important to kind of determine which M.2 your computer has. If your computer has M.2, definitely use it. Okay, desktop RAM, laptop RAM. Notice the desktop RAM is a lot bigger, and notice the notches. Okay, once again, the asymmetrical notches. Here we have a SATA drive that's an SSD. And in here we have a traditional spinning hard drive. Okay, how do we know this is a traditional spinning hard drive? Well, this rotator motor is a good giveaway. Okay, also the thickness. Typically, it'll be slightly thicker, the older hard drives. Okay, but basically these are the things to keep to be aware of whether you're upgrading a desktop or a laptop computer. Okay. So let me just remove everything very quickly and we'll proceed to laptop. Okay, so let me just get my other board over here. Okay, so here we have a laptop computer. It's an old Sony Vaio laptop. Okay, so I'll just position it over here. Let me just make sure just get in, do a little quick zoom over here because we're going to be upgrading the RAM. There we go. All right. Okay, so notice that this one has panels on the bottom that you could remove. In some cases, it'll show it's a hard drive. It'll show that it's RAM, but in this case, it doesn't show anything of that sort. So I removed both panels, but this is the RAM, and then this is the hard drive. Okay, so remember what I said in my presentation. You always want to unplug the battery. Okay, if your laptop has a removable battery pack, remove the battery first. Okay, this just prevents kind of, just possible static electricity damage. Okay, so, and then what you always want to do is you want to just touch a metal part kind of first. Okay, and actually, I guess I should have showed that with the desktop. Okay, you always want to try to ground yourself first before doing any type of upgrade. And that just simply, when you remove the panel, just touch any kind of bare piece of metal and you're grounded. Okay, it's as simple as that. If your place has a lot of static electricity, you can get one of these static electricity wrist kind of things. And then what you do here is you just basically clip this and then you put this on your wrist, which has kind of metal. So you're basically grounding yourself like that. Okay, I don't like to use those wrist straps because I find them to be a little bit constrictive. But basically with a laptop, what you want to do is you want to basically, there's clips. Okay, you're just going to want to push each clip and then basically the RAM kind of pops up. Okay, so I'll just do that again. So basically you're going to push the clip, and then basically this comes right out. Okay, to put new RAM in this case, you're going to, well, in most laptops, you have to go in on a 45-degree angle. You're going to push it as far as it can go. And then you're just going to lightly with your fingers on either side, just kind of push it down until it snaps into place. Okay. Avoid touching the modules, particularly if you have oily skin. Okay, that's what this sticker is for. So just kind of make use of this sticker. Okay. Now this computer, when I got it, had just a standard old hard drive. Okay, just a standard old spinning hard drive. So for the purposes of time, once again, I screwed in the mounting bracket. Okay, notice the SATA connectors, that's power and that's data. You have to make sure that you're lining it up properly. Okay, you don't want this to be upside down and then force it, because then you can damage the pins. Okay, so in my case, the data portion is on the left, and then the power portion is on the right. And once again, just like a desktop, every laptop is different. Okay, this mounting bracket only exists on this computer. Okay, and then you're just going to basically snap it in and then just screw down. Okay, and very quickly, let me show you this laptop computer. Okay, now M.2. Remember I said if your laptop or desktop computer has an M.2 slot, which this does, okay, you're going to want to take advantage of it. Make sure that you put it in the right way. Okay, the pins basically. So some of them, basically you go on a 45-degree angle and then push down. This one, I know for a fact you don't go on a 45-degree angle. Basically, you're just going to push it in straight and then you're just going to screw the screw over there. Okay. On a laptop like this that has an M.2 and a slot for a hard drive, I would install the operating system on the M.2. And then in this case, this is this isn't the 2 terabyte, but what you can do is, where's my 2 terabyte drive? You can use something like this, a 2 terabyte drive that has big capacity for all of your documents, music, files, whatever, what have you. Okay. So once again, put the operating system, so Windows, Linux on that, and then this would be for your data. Okay. But to upgrade this is very simple because it's not screwed down. All you're going to do is remove the connector over here. So this is what's referred to as a ZIF connector. Okay. Zero insertion force. Okay. You're just going to lift up the clip and unplug it. You're going to remove this and then basically replace with a solid state drive. In this case, you just slide it in where the sponge is, and then basically just slide that back in, and there you go. Okay. All right. So very quickly, I know I'm running out of time, but I just want to show Linux very, very quickly. I'm not going to get into the installation of it Unfortunately, I am running out of time, but basically, let me just quickly boot up my computer in Linux. Okay, so I just have to plug in my keyboard. Sorry, folks, just give me 1 sec. I'm just plugging in my keyboard. And I'm plugging in my mouse. And I'll turn this on. Now, this computer is going to complain as soon as we turn it on, because it's going to recognize that our RAM has changed. The configuration of our RAM has changed. Now, let me turn that back on. I'm not sure why it's not showing. Sorry, folks, just give me 1 sec here. I'm on the right one. It's not showing. Oh, geez. Okay, let me just power this down and do it again. Oh, I've tested all morning and yesterday and it worked, and then now all of a sudden it's not working. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on now. But basically, okay, so what I'm going to do, unfortunately, I can't show how to, I can't do the Linux demo because for some reason, I'm not getting a video signal out of this desktop. Oh, I'm being stupid. Okay, sorry, just give me 1 second. What I'm going to do, it's because I plugged in this, this graphics card. So I'm just going to remove the graphics card. Because in my earlier testing, I didn't take into consideration the graphics card. So typically on a computer, on a desktop computer, when you plug in an external graphics card, it's going to default to that by default. Okay. In this case, I removed the, there we go. Okay, sorry, folks. All right, so because it recognized that I went from 8 to 32 gigabytes, I'm just going to press F1 to boot. So what I'm going to show here is I'm just going to show what Linux looks like. Okay, there's going to be some browser tabs that I'm just going to quickly show as a conclusion to this session. But basically, this is Xubuntu. Okay, it looks similar to Windows, but not quite like Windows. But it's basically a graphical operating system. So we have our Firefox web browser. Now, this computer is not connected to internet right now, so I can't show you Firefox. But basically, you have your Firefox web browser, you have your LibreOffice Office Suite. You got some tools for graphics. Okay, so this is GIMP, which is similar to Photoshop. So it comes right out of the box with many of the things you already need. Okay, you got a video player. So if you want to play some, movie files that you have on a hard drive or on a USB, okay, you can do all of that. Now, let me just switch over to my Firefox browser, and this is going to conclude this presentation in a couple of minutes, okay? So this, I believe Mark put the links in the chat. So these are the various links that I'm using in this browser over here. So this article just explains what dual channel memory is. I'm not going to go through it. You can read it at your own leisure. Chrome OS Flex, it is an early access, so you do have to sign up for it. So when you click on try Chrome OS Flex, you do need to enter your name and all of that. But basically, this is basically how it works. You're going to be creating a USB stick, you're going to be booting off of it, and then basically you're replacing Windows or whatever you have on your old computer with Chrome OS Flex. Google bought a company called Neverware. So notice that it says Neverware is now part of Google, and they're actually pushing people to try Chrome OS Flex, but they do have a version called Cloud Ready that was available prior to Chrome OS Flex. So you can basically read all about it here. You can create a USB stick. For anything Linux, DistroWatch is the site to go to. Okay, it has all sorts of information. It has the rankings of the various Linux distributions. So in our case, we're using Xubuntu, and I forget exactly where Xubuntu is, but typically it's always around the 40 to 50 mark over here. Okay, but there's also, there's other distributions as well. Ubuntu has a really good article on how to create a bootable USB stick using a tool called Rufus on Windows to basically create a bootable Linux drive, okay? And the version of Linux that I'm installed on this desktop is called Xubuntu, but then there's also another lightweight version called Lubuntu, okay? So my preference is Xubuntu, but Lubuntu is also fairly lightweight. And that concludes everything for my session. I apologize for going a little bit over. It's a rather complicated topic, and there's a lot of details. So my apologies for going over, but I thank everyone for sticking around. And I'll let Mark let me know if there's any questions.
There are currently no questions in the chat.
Sorry, Mark. What was that again?
I said currently there are no questions in the chat.
Okay, there are no questions in the chat. Okay. I don't know if that's a good thing or if that's a bad thing, but so if there are no questions, I just want to thank you all for attending this workshop and for attending the MakerFest or the ReMakerFest 2022. You can continue the Maker festivities by jumping onto Stream A, which is going on right now as we speak, which is how to repurpose your smartphone. And you can find a link to that in the description below or at pickeringlibrary.ca /MakerFest. Thank you for joining us this year for another amazing and successful MakerFest, which we branded this year as ReMakerFest. I want to thank everyone on the library team for an amazing show, and we'll see you all next year. Thank you.